All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com. Welcome back to Keeneland, and today at Keeneland, Scott and Gabby with you for the next 30 minutes. Big Thursday card ahead of us, 9 races today. We've got the $3 Turf Pick 3 back in play here this afternoon with some serious turf action and a serious card in whole here this afternoon, Gabby.
When I was walking in a little late because I experienced some traffic troubles, it was packed. The line was very long to get in today, and I anticipate a big crowd because it's such a beautiful day, and a huge crowd tomorrow and Saturday as well.
Great conditions, too. Sunny, expected to be warm here this afternoon. Temperatures just seem to be continuing to rise here as the spring meet progresses. We're down to our final 6 days of races here in 2025 for the spring meet. Before we get into the card today, let's roll it back to yesterday, and we'll begin with race number 4. I have to say that I think that this was our best pick of the meet so far. Panther springing the upset for the Sergio Don Juan barn and Albin Jimenez. 7-1 is what we got on Panther in race 4.
And beating a heavy favorite in there as well. It was a big field, too, so I would agree with you on that. Here's Bunchen, 1 of 3 for Wesley Ward yesterday, and this horse was super impressive. Congratulations. You took down the early pick 4 as well.
Yeah, $15 ticket returned $222 and a cent. We'll take that for a $15 investment. It all came because of Panther, and I shouldn't say all, but largely in part because of that. Augusta Melody doing some good things for our good friend George Sharp. Brittany Russell, Ira Ortiz Jr., he was the favorite in that nice allowance race on the main track, and he blitzed a group. And then in race number 7, Saturday Flirt, this was the 3rd win on the day for Wesley Ward. He took the opener in the 2-year-old race. He wins with Bunchen, and then he wins with Saturday Flirt with Irad in the saddle.
Yeah, a bit of a cavalry charge there late. She got a little bit of running room in between horses and got up for the victory. Good-looking filly there. And as we look at the jockey trainer standings, Wesley Ward has made up a lot of ground, as has Irad Ortiz Jr. I feel like he, might have made up 5 wins in the last couple of days over Flavian Pratt, and now he's tied for leading rider.
And then Wesley Ward with those 3 wins, he's just one off of trainer Brad Cox. Brendan Walsh holding steady at 5. Eddie Keneally picked up his 5th win of the meet in the nightcap yesterday. And Mark Casse with his earlier successes this meet coming in at least 1 stakes for Mark Casse with Vixen, who took the Appalachian presented by the Japan Racing Association.
And the Ashland.
And the Ashland, yeah,
Lucara.
That's right, Lucara. Let's go to WKYT for today's weather.
Sunshine's going to be out there for a while with us at the meet today, as temperatures are also going to start to climb. Probably one of the better days we've had. We've had a couple of really decent ones, but generally we have been running on the cooler side of things. But as it plays out, I think we're going to end up with temperatures that will rally into the 60s, maybe around 67, 68 degrees later on in the day, between 3 and 6, still sitting at that particular level. So on the milder side, normal high for Lexington's around 68 degrees. You know, we've got a saying, Keeneland, it's always a beautiful day at Keeneland. Well, today really is. Good luck out there.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It is.
Yeah.
It's always sunny, even if it's dreary.
Temperatures rallying today from well off the pace as far as increasing. So, all right, Jim, thank you so much for that weather update. Track conditions presented by John Deere, fast and firm, as we've had over, yesterday and even going back to Sunday. So fast and firm conditions, unforeseen circumstances, I don't see them coming on. Should be fast and firm throughout the course of the afternoon. Full card selections for this 9-race card. Make sure you download the Keeneland Race Day app to stay current on that. And as far as our selections, Gabby, they're coming to us. We do agree in race number 1. We've got the 4 on top.
Yep, in race number 4, we both agree on the number 10 horse. Race number 5, we agree on the 5, as well as the 6th race, the 2, and then the nightcap, the 9. On days like this, when we agree, we got to team up and bet some wagers. I wish I was in on your pick 4 yesterday.
You're welcome to, any day. You started to pay your debts.
We have to do a little combo ticket at some point before the end of the meet.
Today's a good day. It really is a very strong card in which we're going to be rolling through over the course of the next now 26 minutes here on Today at Keeneland. Social media, stay current with everything that's going on here at Keeneland Racing, Keeneland Sales via X. Same on Facebook and Instagram, FanDuel TV. Give them a follow on X as well. Also check out their FanDuel Racing account on X, and then FanDuel TV Plus app. That's on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and you can catch FanDuel TV anywhere from any place that you like as far as
from that app, FanDuel TV Plus on Roku, Amazon Fire TV, Apple TV, and also check out the YouTube page, the FanDuel Racing YouTube page. Some great content there and all of our features that we've got a ton of them here in the lead up to the Kentucky Derby on the FanDuel Racing YouTube account.
Yeah, lots of information there to take advantage of when you're prepping for this year's Kentucky Derby.
So race number 7 is our feature. It is the Crestwood. It's 1.5 miles on the firm listed turf course. Scratch the number 8 horse, so we've got a field of 11 that'll compete in today's feature. And Tucson, he's a horse that, a lot of expectations are going to surround a $1.3 million Keeneland September yearling. He comes from a big family. His mother, Cozy Up, was a stakes winner. He's a half-brother to a stakes winner. He's by constitution. He's blossomed since moving over to the synthetic at Gulfstream Park, but this is his first try on turf. So he's running against some battle-tested horses, to say the least.
Well, not only that, it's not like he's going 1 1/8 miles on the turf. He's going 1.5 miles on the turf today. So not only is he trying a new distance, he's also trying a new surface, and he's pretty lightly raced, as you mentioned, going against horses who have had so much experience.
And one of those horses with a lot of experience is Mutaweed, the number 2 horse for trainer Mike Maker. This is a Shadwell-bred 5-year-old son of Quality Road. This will be start 30 of his career. This is a prototypical claim for trainer Mike Maker in the $35 to $50 to $75,000 range, and then he turns them into these long-distance turf horses. And how many graded stakes has he won with horses of this cut? And we go back to his run on the 1st of February. This is 2 starts back. Immediately off the claim, he stretches them out to 1 3/8 miles, and he wins by 2 lengths coming from off the pace. So a long, steady run from this veteran runner with that distance pedigree on top by Quality Road. His subsequent race, he stepped up to the 1.5 mile trip. He still ran on. He ran on, ended up only beating a length and 3/4. But in Mike Maker, I trust with this situation. And the experience, I think, is going to be a big-time plus for Mutaweed in our featured event. As far as the 11 horse, my second selection, Raptors for Mark Casse. This is a son of Hat Trick who has experience at these long distances down in his native country of Brazil. He's run twice here in the United States. His first race up at Woodbine was very good, going 1 mile. Not sure what happened last time out at Gulfstream Park. I looked back at the start, said his head was turned at the start. It wasn't dramatic. It was more like he missed the kick than anything, but he gets the opportunity to stretch back out. Watch out for Raptors. He was entered in a race earlier this meet that was taken off the turf, and they scratched him, so they've been patient to bring him back here for this go at this point in the season, or the meet, I should say. And then I will throw Tucson underneath. $1.3 million, well-bred son of Constitution. It's just a matter of whether he's ready for prime time of this nature.
I think he could run well, and I agree with you. I think he's very likely to hit the board, but I don't like him as a win prospect here, especially at the price. The 7 Legree is the direction I go. The blinkers go back on him after they took them off of him last time out for trainer Al Stahl. He's never quite gone this distance before, but even his 1 1/8 mile race was really good. This is a look at his race last time out, going 1 1/16 miles. They were quite sharp in this race. They went pretty quickly, especially considering how slow some of those times were over the course of the winter on the turf course at the fairgrounds. And he went on to make up a ton of ground. I think the point here was that when he was running on the dirt back in January, he was a little bit too keen and fresh, and that probably cost him the race, going 1 1/8 miles. So they took the blinkers off in his next start. He's a decent dirt horse. He's versatile, but he's much better on the turf. I look back to his race a couple years ago at the fairgrounds when he went the farthest distance that he's ever gone on the turf. That was 1 1/8 miles, and he won that race. So I think this is a horse that's kind of interesting, stretching out to 1.5 miles, and he's not slow. I think he's a horse that could maybe get a stalking trip and keep going on from there. Tucson, for many of the reasons you mentioned, and the 2 Mutaweed, because of the past success with Mike Maker claiming horses and moving them up in these long distance turf races. One more horse to shout out, the 4 Safe Trip Home. I thought if you were playing exactas or trifectas, maybe this is a horse you want to throw in on the bottom half of your ticket, because at one point, he was running against horses. He was losing by 2 lengths against horses like Irish Aces, who is a quality graded stakes horse.
That's our thoughts on the feature. Let's go to Tom Leach for more.
This looks like a wide open race. So I thought we'd try to get a little intel on a price in here, and that is verbal at 15-1 on the morning line for trainer Brendan Walsh. This horse ran well for him here at Keeneland in one of these turf marathons last year.
I thought he ran a pretty good race last year, Tom. You know, he's doing better this year. Seems to be a lot more relaxed than he was. And he's been training well, moving well. So I think he should run a very good race.
What did he get out of the last race up at Turfway?
I think we just had to get a run in him anyway, you know, and if nothing else, it gave him some confidence, you know. So he's been doing well since, and I'd expect a big run from him this week.
What's the key to getting his best effort going along on the grass?
I think, you know, just get him to switch off, get him to relax, which we've been working on, and I think he's a much more relaxed horse than he was last year, so we'll find out here this week.
Verbal is coming off a nice win at Turfway Park. Now that was against Lesser. Let's move to the two-horse Mutaweed for trainer Mike Maker, who has a long-standing reputation for finding horses that can improve going long on the grass. And that's exactly what happened for Mutaweed after Maker claimed this horse in the first week of January.
His pedigree suggested he'd appreciate more ground, and luckily for us, it paid off right out of the box.
Tell me about that last race in a mile and a half.
Last race, he got a little. He ran his race, but just got hung out. Lost so much ground.
What about how he's trained into this spot?
Yeah, training real well. Look for a big effort.
What about the key to getting the best run out of him for the jockey? What's it take?
He's a pretty easy horse to ride. I think his turf course will suit him a lot better than golf strings.
Seems a little firmer out there, yeah. Will that be fine for him?
Yeah, it'd be fine. Yep.
One more price to consider might be Raptors at 8-1 for Mark Cassie. This horse took a lot of money in his North American debut at Woodbine last year, and he has won going a mile and a half in Brazil. Good luck.
I hope you bet the overs on Mike Maker's words spoken in that interview. I went under on my wager.
Yeah,
Tom Leach getting him to talk.
He was chatty.
Well done, Tom Leach. Key races, race number 2 is where I'll start us off. Race number 2, part of the early pick 5, and is the first leg of the early pick 4. This is a turf event, a mile and a 16th for 3-year-old fillies, a maiden special weight, and just scratched the number 13 acceptance speech. She is unable to draw in off the also eligible with no scratches in the main body of the field. Double Jeopardy, the number 4 horse for Bass Stables, trainer Todd Pletcher, is the direction I go. 5-2 on the morning line. This is a well-bred filly by Uncle Mo out of Ramona Bass and Perry Bass's Avenge, that daughter of Warfront, who was a stakes winner. That's the mother of this filly, and she was turned loose back at the beginning of March at Gulfstream Park on debut on the turf course going long, and she made up a lot of ground over the course of this mile trip to finish second, beaten just 4 1/4 lengths. The winner well out in front of her, but you can see that move that she makes here to pick off that second place finish. A lot of positive vibes from this filly on debut with the pedigree, obviously with the connections. You've got Irad Ortiz Jr. Going real good, as he always does here at Keeneland Racecourse. So Double Jeopardy on top.
Did you just say vibes? Positive vibes?
Yeah, positive vibes.
Nice.
Is that all right?
Yeah.
And then the number 7.
As the kids say.
Atara for Will Walden, trying turf for the first time. 2 sprints to a route, and now trying turf. So this filly, if she can handle the turf, I think the added ground will be a positive for her with a little bit slower pace than what she's been chasing around in those dirt sprints down at Fairgrounds. And then Perfect Union, the number 6 horse for Keith DeSormo, also comes out of a couple of sprints on turf at Fairgrounds, now gets to route. Daughter of Tiz the Law out of a Go Sapper mare, looking at the pedigree there to hopefully move this filly forward with the added distance. So 4-7-6 in race number 2.
All right, I'm going to take us to race number 6, and that race does kick off the late pick 4. I did play a ticket, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But race number 6, She Won't Budge, is the 9-5 favorite for trainer Brad Cox. And this filly by Army Mule, she ran 4th first time out. I kind of thought that she could have run better, I guess. She was the race that day set up for closers, and she was in that prime position, and she didn't really run on that day. So I'm going in a different direction. The number 2, Clicquot, is going to be the top selection for me, a 3-year-old filly by Quality Road, and we'll take you back to that last race from the get-go. So she actually broke a bit slowly this day. It wasn't horrible, but you could see that she was a little bit green. And then she's in behind horses. And somehow, when you look at the running lines, they're like, how does she make the lead at one point in the middle part of the race? She just gets a little too keen. And going into the turn, Scott, she runs off a little bit. We kind of cut it a little short there, but she manages to make the lead. That is kind of worst case scenario, right, for a first-time starter. You brake slowly, you're behind horses, the rider pulls you, and then the filly reacted to that, and then she took a hold of the bridle, she made the lead, and then she stopped. So she ran almost 3 races in one race in her debut, going 7 furlongs at Gulfstream Park. People will probably bet the 3 out of that race because technically she ran better. She ran second. Clicquot ran 6th in that race. But I think she's really dangerous, having speed to the inside today, and she comes into this race with a nice bullet workout for Brendan Walsh.
I like it too. I really do like her in that race. That is look at race number 6. Let's move on to race number 9. Final race today on this Thursday card. Scratches of the 4 and 13. Bring it down to a field of 11. Love You Anyway is the morning line favorite for Bregman Family Racing and trainer Rusty Arnold. Now, a lot of this has to do with the fact that, she's run. Last time out, she was in way over her head in Grade 3 company, or perceivably in over her head, and she was competitive. She ended up finishing mid-pack 5th. Her debut race at Gulfstream Park, she finished 3rd. That was also on the turf. So they ran her as a maiden in a Grade 3. But we take you back to her debut effort as she comes off the turn wide. She's the Gray filly, daughter of Tappet, a Keeneland September sale purchase in 2023 for $450,000. And she's going to end up beating only a half of a length in the end, going this mile distance. I think the filly to her outside obviously carries her a little bit there and gets her more into the race to get close to the 4 who had established that lead. But then out of that race, she ran, as I mentioned, in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks. That was a race won by Nitrogen, who was second to her stablemate Vixen in the Appalachian earlier last week. So you got to respect the form that Love You Anyway has and the company that she's kept in her most recent race especially. But that strong debut is enough for me to put her on top. The 12 is a horse for Shug that's debuting. Shug is actually all right first time out, so don't ignore Pemaquid. Does that sound right to you? Pemaquid, a daughter of Curlin.
Sure.
$400,000 yearling here at Keeneland, and then Miss Pharaoh, a daughter of American Pharaoh, who tries grass for the first time. Phil Sims, here's a stat for you in race number 9. Phil Sims, trainer of Miss Pharaoh, he's 23% when horses are trying grass for the first time, and he gets Frankie Dettori, which isn't going to hurt today.
Nice. All right. That's a super competitive race. There's no doubt. I mean, it just goes on and on and on. I'm going to take us to race number 5, and this race is super tough. When I originally was handicapping this race, I kind of narrowed it down to the 4, the 5, and the 8. So I went back and watched these replays of all 3 of these horses. I was mostly impressed by Pivotal Moment. That last race was huge. Unfortunately, horse is a scratch, so we can't go in that direction today. But I thought between the 4 Creditworthy and the 5 Send Cash was probably a little bit more impressive last time out because of the gate speed. You want gate speed in these 5.5 furlong turf sprints, especially over firm ground. I mean, the fact that this colt broke on top and just wired the field going flat 5/8 in the fractions that he did at Gulfstream, I think is a testament to how much speed he has. Creditworthy, on the other side, he kind of is a little slow out of the gate. He was inside. He angled out, got a good trip, made up ground at Saratoga, and that was a long time ago. I think there are a couple of more positives to Send Cash. He's faster. He has that one race under the belt, whereas Creditworthy is coming in off that layoff.
And the 2 turf sprints we saw yesterday was Wesley Ward's speed, right?
Yeah, well...
Bunchen came a little off the pace, I guess.
And so did the other filly. She kind of split horses. She rated and split horses. So both surfaces have been incredibly fair this meet. One more horse, the 13 Monsieur Candy, I threw into the top 3 for Alice Cohn. This is a very fun horse. I was there at the fairgrounds when he ran last time out. That was a tough race. He was 8-1 in there. He lost to Go Sugar, who's a nice horse, but he always shows up, and he's been good at Keeneland. So he draws into the race.
Let's take a look at our Sailgrad Spotlight for this Thursday, race number 6. 3-year-old fillies. They'll be running at the about 7 furlongs on the main track. And Mike Rutherford's Bundle. She's the number 5 horse, trained by Steve Asmussen, bred by Three Chimneys Farm, a daughter of Volatile, a stakes winner that Steve Asmussen trained, the sire of this filly. $1.15 million purchase back in 2023 is what they went to. And obviously volatile in the early days of his stallion career, but a lot of this had to do about physical and the mare Love and Pride. She was an absolute runner, the daughter of AP Indy. So big pedigree there, cutting back in distance. After showing improvement going out second time in her career, the cutback in distance should benefit Bundle, $1 Million Baby from the 2023 September sale, our Keeneland Sale Grad Spotlight. Clocker Report, Clicquot, a horse that both you and I like. Will start us off. We're going to go to the 8th of April, and her workout in 101 and 3. She's on the outside of Munya, and she'll finish this one off in that clock time not too long back.
Yeah, she looks like she's traveling well, really lengthy stride there. And like I said, I think it's not so much how she's, obviously you like to see positive works coming out of a race like that, but I think the gate break is going to be very important a little bit later today. Race number 8, Cavatelli, cleverly named Gray Filly, putting a half mile here in 48.4 while on the bridle over a fast track for Eric Foster. So obviously this horse has been working well. Cavatelli, it's like a noodle, right?
Sounds like it. She's out of the mare. Orchetta.
Oh, yeah, that's also a noodle. Italian pasta.
So noodles are wild in race
Italian
number 8 with
pasta.
Cavatelli.
Is there any other type of pasta? I don't know.
Yes. Right? Enough on that.
Cleverly named. There lots of pasta in the family.
We have a lot of turf racing today, and that means we've got the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 back in play this afternoon. And that will begin with race number 5, that 5.5 furlong turf sprint. It's not the first turf race that we have on the afternoon. Race number 2 is our first turf race. So the turf pick 3 for $3 starts in race number 5. Credit Worthy and Send Cash, the two favorites, is where I go in race number 5. Race number 7, that's the race, the feature we talked about. Muta Weed for Mike Maker, Tucson, and the 11-horse Raptors are the three that the direction I go in with those three in that race. And then the 9th and final, the 9 Love You Anyway for Rusty Arnold. She's the morning line favorite. The 11-horse Miss Farrell, Phil Sims trying grass for the first time with that strong strike rate for Phil Sims, moving horses over to turf. And then Pemaquid, the number 12, the first-time starter for Shug, 15-1 on the morning line. So a $54 investment with it being a $3 minimum wager. Race number 5 is where it begins.
We totally disagree in the last race. We might need a pair up there in the finale. But race number 6, 2, 3, 4, 5 for me. That's that maiden special weight where I did include Clicquot, but also the other filly that comes out of the same race, as well as the favorite, She Won't Budge, and Bundle, the horse we featured a little bit earlier there. Race number 7, 1.5 miles on the turf, 2, 3, 7. Top pick there is the 7 Legree for the feature. Race number 8 is an allowance event, 6 furlongs there on the main track. I did use Mila Rose. I wonder what kind of price we're going to get, but the Empirical Mischief, the 3 is interesting to me, as well as the 7 Carlisle Bay. And then we get to the nightcap. I just used 2 horses there. The 4 is actually a scratch, so I meant to change this ticket. The 7, I will be using
Gum.
7 and 9. The 9 is my top selection. So in that last leg, it's the 7 and the 9, Love You Anyway. I guess we don't disagree that much because you did include the 9.
$37 ticket there from Gabby for the late pick 4, which we'll revisit once we get to that first leg of the late pick 4 on our coverage here at Keeneland Racecourse. So let's get into our best angles, and I'm going to go back to Cavatelli. This is a filly by Tapwrit that Eric Foster, Foster Family Racing, Maxis Stable, claimed 7 months ago at Horseshoe, Indianapolis, out of a maiden 40. And she has not run since. She won on debut. That was on the turf course. I fully understand that she's moving over to the dirt here today, but they've been patient with her, and they bring her back in an allowance race, non-mortars of 2 lifetime, here at Keeneland Racecourse. One of 2 things are in play here. Eric Foster really likes how this filly's doing, and obviously they feel she's ready for this jump up. Why not jump up in class and give it a shot? Or they saw a situation where the field was coming up short, and they opted to go in this direction. Mm-hmm. I truly think that this race has not come up as tough as some of the dirt sprints that we have here at Keeneland. Mila Rose for Steve Asmussen. Look, she's going to be the favorite at 9-5, but if Cavatelli is going good for Eric Foster, he's 15% first off the claim. She gets Lasix for the first time. She's got dirt pedigree for what it's worth. This could be this could turn out to be a heck of a claim for this group that owns this filly, because it's a $120,000 allowance race today. 10 across, $30 ticket. That's 10 to win, place, and show. She's 6-1 on the morning line. We'll see if we get that. I'm going to take a shot with Cavatelli.
I'm staying in the same race, and my best angle is going to be the number 3, Empirical Mischief. A little side wager here, maybe a cup of Starbucks tomorrow.
Let's get it on.
Yeah,
Just
all right.
Be here on time.
I will give you my order. Be here on time. It's not my fault the road was closed. Anyway, Empirical Mischief will take you back to her maiden breaking score. This was second time out at Ellis Park. She was so quick out of the gate. She opened up on the field by about 2 lengths, and then she won in hand. This was incredibly impressive. Like, I know that the main track sometimes can get a little bit speed favoring there at Ellis, and maybe she did ride the bias. I didn't have any notes on this particular day, but she was so impressive this day that the connections felt highly enough of her to try her in the Pocahontas when she stretched out, and she obviously lost in that race. She finished 6th, but against LaCara, who is now the winner of the Ashland, who is going to the Kentucky Oaks. Her last race, too, when they cut her back in distance, she ran against Eclatant. She showed speed. She was really keen that day. I think they've hit the pause button with her. They've brought her back, and she is going to be a better horse at 3 years old. I love the company lines that she kept last year. So I'm going to do 3 overall in that exacta. Hopefully we can get a big price underneath.
Let's go to Tom Leach for his long shot of the day.
I'm going back to our allowance feature for the long shot play of the day. It's that 2-horse Mutaweed for trainer Mike Maker. Horse really ran well in his first try, going 1.5 miles on the turf. Comes out of Gulfstream Park races, and the horses coming up from Gulfstream usually do well at this Keeneland spring meet in the turf races. Mike Maker excels in turf marathons, so it's at 8-1 Mutaweed in race 7.
That price is coming down. The
Yes.
more we talk about Mutaweed. For Gabby, I'm Scott. Enjoy a beautiful day of racing here at Keeneland.
All the action, all the biggest players, all in one place. Follow the action from the racetrack to the sales ring at Keeneland on closing day of the spring meet. Right place, right time, right here. Make your move at the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale, Friday, April 25th at Keeneland. Learn more at april.keeneland.com.
This is a Toyota Grand Highlander.
Toyota took the best-selling Highlander and made it bigger, more powerful, and more fuel efficient.
With your choice of 3 different powertrains, including the 362-horsepower Hybrid Max. And you've got to love the 12.3-inch touchscreen.
The big news is right back here with over 20 cubic feet of cargo space.
Behind a full-size third row.
Now get 6.45 APR financing on any new Highlander or Grand Highlander.
Toyota, let's go places.
Keeneland welcomes Richmond, Kentucky native Boyd Wells to the paddock. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise as you are able for our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Keeneland is proud to recognize Shirley Martin from Parking and Traffic as the Employee of the Day. Congratulations, Shirley. Good afternoon. Welcome to Keeneland, where the main track is fast and the turf is firm and the rail at 20 feet on the turf course. Those track conditions brought to you by John Deere. Race 1, start of the first of the day's rolling doubles and pick threes. Also begins the early pick 5 in the opener today. Scratch the 6, sprint out pass. That's in the first race. Scratch the 6, sprint out pass. Second race starts the early pick 4. Take out the also eligible number 13. Acceptance speech did not draw into the race. Third race. Scratch the 1, Baytown Bougie. Scratch number 2, Where's the Wine? That's in the third race. Scratch number 1, Baytown Bougie. And scratch number 2, Where's the Wine? Fourth race, start of the pick 6, no carryover. In that fourth race, scratch number 4, Day Money Deegan, and scratch the 5, Aricano. That's in the fourth race. Scratch number 4, Day Money Deegan, and scratch the 5, Aricano. Contrary to the program, the 11, Love That Symphony, first time reported gelding. 11, Love That Symphony, is a gelding. Race 5. Starts the late pick 5. It also starts the Keeneland Turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. In race 5, scratch number 1, Into Diamonds. Scratch the 7, Hesper. Scratch number 8, Pivotal Moment. Also scratch the 12, Bolt from Above. Scratch the 15, Busick. And scratch the 16, Go Captain. That's race 5. Scratch number 1, Into Diamonds. Scratch the 7, Hesper. Scratch number 8, Pivotal Moment. Scratch the 12, Bolt from Above. Also scratch the 15, Busick, and the 16, Go Captain. Please note, number 13 draws into the race, Miss You Candy, and the 14 draws into the race, Johnny Come Lately. Jockeys as programmed. Sixth race starts the late pick 4. No changes in race 6. Featured seventh race. Scratch the 8, Deuteronomy. That's in the seventh race. Scratch number 8, Deuteronomy. Overweight, number 1, King Curlin. Jockey 1 pound over. 1, King Curlin. The jockey 1 pound over. Eighth race has no changes. Ninth and final race, no carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Scratch the 4, Portfolio Duration. And scratch number 13, My Tulip Gal. That's the ninth race. Scratch number 4, Portfolio Duration. And scratch number 13, My Tulip Gal. Time now to check in with Scott Hazelton and Gabby Gaudette.
Thank you so much, Kurt, as we welcome you to a 9-race card here at Keeneland on this Thursday. Beautiful conditions once again, Gabby, and our featured event, race number 7, a little mile-and-a-half action on the firm turf course, race 7.
It's probably the prettiest day so far in terms of the weather. It's starting to heat up. We've had sunshine for the past couple of days, so obviously that turf course is listed as firm. Between today, tomorrow, and Saturday, obviously we are not racing on Sunday. Looking at these cards, they are tough to get through. Good racing.
Yeah, and our featured event, the Crestwood, mile-and-a-half on the turf course. Tucson, morning line favorite. He tries grass for the first time. He's 5-2 on the morning line. You've got a Mike Maker, former claim that is represented in here, the number 2 horse, Mutawid, who's done some good form at these longer distance. There's a good blend of here. King Curlin, Brittany Vandenberg has liked him for a long time. He's a big price at 20-1. I'm interested to see how Raptors does for Mark Cassie, a horse that scratched out of a race taken off the turf earlier this meet, but he comes back here today for some strong connections.
There's so many ways to go. I like the 7, Legree there for trainer Al Stahl. I think he's going to benefit with some added distance and a crazy long shot. The 4, Safe Trip Home. He hasn't been on the turf for a couple of years, but when he was on the turf, he was running against horses like Irish Aces, who is really nice. So that is definitely a tough race, and I don't know, Tucson, sure, but he's trying so many things today for the first time.
Yeah, it is a big step up for him. There's no question about it. But look forward to these 9 races ahead. We'll get underway at the top of the hour. We now turn our attention into the paddock for the first race. We're less than 19 minutes away from the start of the early pick 5. This is a starter allowance race for 3 and up, which have started for a $30,000 claiming price or less and which have not won 3 races lifetime. A competitive group, as you can see from the way that the tote board is shaken out with this many minutes left till post time. Copper Missile, the number 4 horse. I have to admit, I've been a fan of this horse since we first saw him in the early days of his career here at Keeneland Racecourse. He's a colt by Copper Bullet who was claimed off of Kelsey Danner and Crownsway Racing in November at Churchill Downs. They took him up to Turfway. He performed very well on the synthetic course, but he's a big horse, and I've always felt that these longer distance races are going to be his game, and he showed that with his run going 1.5 miles on the synthetic last time out. He gets to go 1 1/8 miles here this afternoon. Stamina colt, and he's got to step it up as far as the dirt form is concerned. He's only had the one start on on dirt, and that came going 1 1/8 miles at Churchill Downs the day in which he was claimed. So I'm just hoping that he's turned the corner from an ability perspective and finding the right levels that work for him since being acquired. He's 5-2 on the board right now, one of 3 getting most of the attention, the 7, 3, and 4, all within 0.5 point of each other from 2-1 up to 5-2. But Copper Missile, he is a flashy-looking son of Copper Bullet with a lot of chrome on his legs and on his face as well. So I'll go back to Copper Missile once again as he gets set for his 15th career start. Just to his inside will be the 3-horse first of his name. Trainer Doug Cowens had a winner yesterday with Vaba Boss. And this is a gelding that was claimed off of a win at Turfway, and he himself dropped down in class to win in that race. Looks like could turn out to be a very good claim for these connections as he's protected in this starter 30 with the obvious eligibility of running for 30 and being in this spot and being a non-Motorz 3 lifetime horse. But he fits this condition, and so often it's just about finding in these starter races who best fits the condition. And he responded with that win by dropping in for 30. So he certainly does here today at 5-2 fit in and amongst this group as my second choice. And then I'll go to the rail. That is Shifty's Haloid for Michael McCarthy. He's going to get some added distance to work with. He's a horse that just kind of ran evenly in those mile races at Turfway for 30. At Churchill, he was able to win going a 1-turn mile from well off the pace. So we'll see what approach Flavian Pratt takes here today in this run into the first turn, and obviously with it being a main wire or second wire finish here at Keeneland going 1 1/8 miles, we'll hope that he can show some improvement off of those 2 runs going 1 mile with the added ground to work with here this afternoon. 16 minutes to post. Early pick 5 begins in less than 16, and the pool is approaching $200,000. Good luck on this 9-race card at Keeneland.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's first race. Starter allowance for 3-year-olds and up at 1 1/8 over the main track listed fast. The turf is firm today, rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering early. Pick 5 begins here. Scratch the 6. Sprint out pass. Post time at 8 minutes.
Race number 1 now less than 8 minutes from post time, and there's not a big edge that any one of these horses have versus the others, and I think that the edge that National Eclipse has to make him the 9-5 favorite right now is the drop down in class. He's running a starter allowance race going back to November at the age of 3 over at Churchill Downs. That was immediately following his maiden win for 30 here at Keeneland Racecourse when he sprung a very big upset at the early portion of the fall meet here at Keeneland. He was 22-1 when he broke his maiden, but ran in that starter race. Then he had a pretty decent run of it down at Fairgrounds, and I should say more than decent because he won a first-level allowance condition at the end of January at Fairgrounds in New Orleans in a race that was taken off the turf. He came out of there, was 4th against second-level allowance types, which obviously it's going to be more difficult, but I think that the edge that he is getting to make him 9-5 is the move down in class. And just one observation, he is pretty sweaty in the hindquarters for what it's worth. That could be a norm for National Eclipse, but he is likely going to be the favorite here come post time. Horse that was the best looking of the group was the 3 first of his name for Doug Cowens. 3-1 on the board, well turned out, in good form, just got eligible for this race with that win last out at Turfway, and TEC Racing and Doug Cowens looking for another win here in the span of a couple of days for owner Elliott Logan. Good luck to that team and Brian Hernandez Jr. in the saddle. Nearly $250,000 in the early pick 5 pool, and you've got about 6 minutes to get those wagers in.
Your attention, please. A late scratch. Scratch number 5, Falk. Keeneland's first race, late scratch. Scratch number 5, Falk. Scratched by the stewards on the advice of the veterinarian. More in a moment. As a result of the late scratch, no superfecta on Keeneland's first race. No superfecta on the first race, so superfecta wagers will be refunded. A reminder, scratch the 5, Falk, scratch the 6, Sprint Out Pass, and the horses have reached the starting gate for race 1 at Keeneland, start of the early pick 5. No superfecta on the first. Moving into line, first race. Copper Missile comes forward, one more to load. National Eclipse, the last one. Goes in at the post. And they're off. There's Shifty's Haloid from the inside. First of his name between horses. National Eclipse there on the far outside. Gorilla Trek and Copper Missile at the back as these 5 head down into the first turn. First of his name, the leader. First of his name gets over to the rail, leads it by 3/4 of a length, now by a length around the first turn. National Eclipse is toward the outside and travels along in the second position by 3/4 of a length, followed by Shifty's Haloid back to the inside, and then comes Copper Missile. Gorilla Trek, opening quarter 24.3. Onto the backstretch they go. First of his name is the leader, and first of his name opens up here by just over 2 lengths. Now here comes Shifty's Haloid, starting to inch forward to the inside of National Eclipse, who's still there to the outside, still has second by a half length. Then a gap of 2 more at the midpoint of the backstretch to Copper Missile. Gorilla Trek against the rail at the back. They work through an opening half in 48.65 seconds. First of his name is the leader. Leads at a length and a half. National Eclipse still there to the outside, still second, a half length. Shifty's Haloid is third by a length and a half as they move midway on the far turn. Copper Missile, Gorilla Trek back up front. First of his name still leads it. First of his name, the leader by 2.5 lengths. National Eclipse still outward for the rail, second by just a neck. Now Copper Missile's going to have to go wide from fourth to third to challenge for second. Shifty's Haloid still looking to the inside as they turn for home. home. Just over a quarter mile to go here. Gorilla Trek is last, 6 lengths off the lead. First of His Name is the leader. First of His Name leads it by 3.5 lengths. Copper Missile alongside of National Eclipse. Those two both trying to bear down at the 8th pole on First of His Name. National Eclipse to the inside. Copper Missile is there to the outside. They're on either side of First of His Name, who's still the leader. Copper Missile comes on again from the outside. It is Copper Missile. Luan Machado, Copper Missile up to win it. First of His Name was across the wire in second. National Eclipse was third.
He just kept coming steadily over the course of the latter portion of this race. That is Copper Missile and Luan Machado. He rode this horse for a good half-mile plus to just keep him going, and steady progress pays off for the son of Copper Bullet, able to wear down the leader and pace setter in First of His Name, who ends up finishing second. The 7 rounds out the trifecta, National Eclipse, but Copper Missile picking up his first win on dirt and his first win here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first race. 4 Copper Missile was first. 3 First of His Name was second. 7 National Eclipse third. Number 1 Shifty's Haloid fourth. 4-3-7-1 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first race, the unofficial winner, number 4, Copper Missile, owned by Wolf Power Racing, LLC, of Wolfgang Kratzenberg, trained by Matt Sims, the jockey Luan Machado. Copper Missile, 4-year-old colt by Copper Bullet, out of Unique Ride by Tail of the Cat, bred in Kentucky by Katie Rich Farms. 1 1/8 over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 53.36 seconds. First race results official. 4-3-7-1, the official results. Keeneland second race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. The turf is listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Take out the also eligible. Number 13, Acceptance Speech, did not draw into the race.
already up to race number 2 with less than 18 minutes to post. Started the early pick 4 here, race 2 at Keeneland, and we move to the turf in race number 2. Do keep in mind we have 4 turf races on this 9-race card, and the Keeneland Turf Pick 3 will begin later on in said card. That will start with race number 5 here today. So our first turf race of the day, but it does not begin the Keeneland Turf Pick 3. That will come at you in race number 5. This is a 3-year-old filly event at a mile and a 16th on the firm listed going, maiden special weight. And the number 4 horse, Double Jeopardy for Bass Stables, a homebred for the Bass family, a filly by Uncle Mo out of the Warfront First Dam Avenge. She was quite a runner for Ramona Bass, and she was a grade one winner in the Rodeo Drive at Santa Anita. She also won the Rodeo Drive, in fact, twice over, including the grade 2 John C. Maybe. So a multiple grade 1 winning First Dam, filly by Uncle Mo, big pedigree here, and blue skies ahead, I would say, with this filly, given the way that she ran on debut. She made steady progress over the course of that 8-furlong run on debut at Gulfstream Park on the 9th of March, so just over a month ago. So Double Jeopardy, she did pick up quite a bit of ground over the course of that stretch run, too, at Gulfstream Park. So longer stretch here at Keeneland, rather. I would imagine that with the experience, second time out, this turf course here at Keeneland should really be to her liking with Irad Ortiz Jr. coming into the afternoon off of a big day at Keeneland yesterday on Wednesday. The number 7 horse, that is Atara for trainer Will Walden. This is a Bolt Doro filly who is stretching out to errata ground for the first time in her career. She sprinted twice down at Fairgrounds on the dirt and put together a 3rd place finish and then improved upon that to finish 2nd in her most recent effort just under a month ago. That was on March 22nd. But trying this filly off of 2 sprints and then routing, a lot of folks that buy into the 2 sprints to a route angle. Now, obviously, they're changing things up with moving her over to the turf. But her mother, Sky O Blue, the Henny Hughes filly, she ran primarily on the dirt, but she put together a couple of solid runs on turf at Remington Park back in 2016 for what it's worth. So the mother could produce some strong runs on the turf. She's by Bolt Doro, a son of Medaglia Doro. Atara going long here today. I think we'll appreciate that more than anything as she sits at odds of 6-1. And then Perfect Union. This is a filly by Tiz the Law out of the First Dam Supernatural. Tiz the Law, he was known for his successes on dirt. He was one of the top 3-year-olds of his 3-year-old season, winning some big grade 1 races back a few years ago, and he's turned into quite a productive stallion as well. But he's getting a lot of turf success in the first few crops of runners that we've had from him. He's produced 8 winners going around ground on turf. For what it's worth, 7 winners in turf sprints, but he's getting a good mix of turf and dirt winners. That son of Constitution, who won the Florida Derby, Holy Bull, Grade 1 Belmont, and the Travers Stakes, and that string of graded stakes wins going back to 2000. So this filly, Perfect Union, has already tried the grass. That might give her the edge over a filly like Atara. But I think the added ground for her, for both the 6 and 7, should really move them both forward. I'm surprised that the 6 is as big of a price as she is at 18-1, but that's what you're getting here in race number 2 for the time being. Starts the early pick 4, over $66,000 in the pool. Good luck for Keeneland race number 2.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. The Hagen, maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th over the turf, listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering, start of the early pick 4. Take out number 13, acceptance speech, did not draw into the race. Post time in 7 minutes.
Couple of quick thoughts on this group as they warm up. Snippity Snip is the one, 13-1 on the board, who we're looking at under Jose Ortiz. Filly by Gervin. She made a nice appearance down in the paddock. She's warming up nicely as she's looking to turn things around after a couple of less than promising runs at Gulfstream Park. Perhaps it had more to do with the turf course than anything, because prior to that, she had been competitive up in New York. So perhaps the surface switch for this Gervin filly can move her forward. That is Snip, Snip, Snippety out of the Brendan Walsh barn. Pretty Tappet is just that. Pretty daughter of Tappet out of that first dam. Pretty at War, daughter of Warfront for Mandy Pope's Whisper Hill Farm. She's shown improvement in her most recent start, especially from her seasonal debut on the 20th of January. So a filly that should be able to pick up some lengths over the course of her run. She's laid way back and made those runs, but she's improved since moving to turf this year after 2 dirt tries going back to her 2-year-old campaign. And then It's a Kitty, the number 10 horse. This is a first-time starter for trainer Ray Handel, daughter of Tom's D'Etat. She debuts here today, and she will be in the Keeneland Selected Horses of Racing Age sale on Friday after the races on closing day. She's hip number 63, comes from a good family. Her first dam, her mother, Biddy Kitty, was stakes placed in the Ellis Park Turf Stakes. She's a full sister, that first dam, to a stakes place runner, and this filly a half sister to 4 winners, including stakes performers Faith Alone and Chasm. Look for It's a Kitty, hip number 63, coming up next Friday in the Keeneland April sale. Pick 4, over $112,000 as far as the pool is concerned, with less than 4 minutes to post. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race, the Hagen, start of the early pick 4. Moving into line, race 2. It's a Kitty comes forward, along with Less's Best. Sweet McKenzie. Perfect Union. Kanazawa will be the last one. Comes forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There's Double Jeopardy. And here comes Perfect Union. Atara from the outside. Those two now go to the front. Plenty of company. It's a Kitty moves up. Sweet McKenzie is there up on the outside as well. Atara to the inside. It's a Kitty to the outside. Sweet McKenzie extreme outside. Golden Age Actress is fourth in between horses as they enter the turn. Perfect Union slides down to the inside to save some ground in the 5th position. Rather distinct is between horses 6. Double Jeopardy broke well but settles down to the inside. Center pack in 7th. 5 lengths off the lead. Less is best. 8th on the outside of that one. Then Pretty Tap at 9th. Snip, Snippety Snip is 10th back toward the inside. Thames moves up 1 spot from last. And Kanazawa trails 23.21. The time for the opening quarter. Up the backstretch they go. Atara the leader. Atara against the rail. Sweet McKenzie's on the far outside. Rather distinct is right there in between horses as Golden Age Actress backs away from that trio. A lane off the rail in 4th. A length and a half off the lead. Perfect Union 5th to the inside. Double Jeopardy trying to get going here. Has to thread the needle carefully through traffic. Moves 1 lane off the rail and moves up into 5th. 3.5 lengths off the lead. Less is best on her outside. 49.16 seconds for the first half mile. Atara leads it by a length and a half to rather distinct. Double Jeopardy going to have to move out 3 wide to the top of the stretch from 4th. You've still got Golden Age Actress right there to the rail right behind the leader. It's Atara. Double Jeopardy far outside. Golden Age Actress is in 3rd and still 2 lengths from the lead. Double Jeopardy and Less is best moving on her outside. Double Jeopardy coming forward to challenge Atara. Golden Age Actress in 3rd. Snip, Snippety Snip runs late to the inside in 4th. Double Jeopardy still trying to catch Atara. Atara's stubborn with the lead. Has it a half length. Atara to the line. Atara, Flavian Pratt to win it. Double Jeopardy was home 2nd. Snip, Snippety Snip came up the inside 3rd. And Golden Age Actress was 4th.
Well, the Gray Daughter of Bolt Doro kept on going out on the front end. As the favorite was coming to her, she was making progress, Double Jeopardy, but Flavian Pratt was able to ask, and he received from this Daughter of Bolt Doro, Atara for Woodford Thoroughbreds trainer Will Walden off of 2 dirt sprints, scores in her first time on grass and her first time going long. 7, 4, and a photo looks like the one up for third on the inside.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. Number 7, Atara, was first. Number 4, Double Jeopardy, was second. Number 1, Snip Snippety Snip, was third. And number 9, Golden Age Actress, fourth. 7-4-1-9 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the Hagen, the unofficial winner, number 7, Atara, owned by Woodford Thoroughbreds LLC of John Sykes, trained by Will Walden, Flavian Pratt, the jockey. Atara, 3-year-old filly by Bolt Doro out of Sky Blue by Henny Hughes, bred in Kentucky by Alan Poindexter. Mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 44.12 seconds. Results of race 2 official. 7-4-1-9, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Hagen Trophy presentation to the connections of Atara. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering featured here. Scratch the 1, Baytown Bougie. And scratch the 2, Where's the Wine? Main track listed fast.
17 minutes away from race number 3. This race starts another rolling double, another pick 3, as they will continue to roll over the course of the card. And we're looking at Midnight Blaze for Keith DeSormo and Don't Tell My Wife Stables and James Graham. And they just sent out a runner in race number 2. But this filly takes a big drop down in class and cuts back in distance. And it seems like in the 7 furlong claiming events or starter allowance races, class relief and cutbacks have really worked out this meet at Keeneland Racecourse. So I'm going to lean on that pattern, whether it is a pattern or not, but it feels like something that I've recognized over the course of the days of racing here in the spring. But filly that tried grass last time out simply couldn't keep up, but 2 starts back was able to win going a mile 70 down at Fairgrounds at the beginning of February. She got up just by a head. So I would imagine that the tactics will be in the hands of James Graham. I shouldn't say in the hands of James Graham, but I think the approach will be coming from off the pace, because that's how this filly has run every step of the way. And the class relief should really move her forward here today, dropping down into this 20 restricted race as she looks for her 3rd lifetime score. She's 7-1 on the board right now, so getting a price here in race number 3. To her inside, the 5-horse Candy Cause, Eddie Keneally, Luan Machado. Eddie Keneally with 5 winners this meet, took the nightcap yesterday, having a sensational meet is Eddie Keneally. He's striking at over 30% this spring at Keeneland. And this filly comes in off of back-to-back wins at Turfway Park. We've seen a lot of the Turfway form transfer perfectly here to Keeneland Racecourse. I know that she's not taking the drop down in class that the 6 is, coming out of those 15 claimers up in Florence, Kentucky, but you cannot ignore the form that she's in. She's a 2-time winner. She was DQ'd when she broke her maiden up at Belterra, but they got her on track in her subsequent starts between Churchill and Turfway. So Candy Cause, Machado, Keneally, Green Lantern Stable, good price here as well, 5-1 on the number 5. And then we'll go to the outside. That is Mila Junes for trainer Tom Vanberg. Right now, she's the second choice, sitting at 5-2. She takes a class drop. She cuts back in distance here this afternoon and gets Flavian Pratt in the saddle, which is going to dictate the market, having his presence and getting him to ride this filly here today. So for her, it's much about the class drop as anything. She can be a little bit quicker than a few of these others that we've talked about early on. So if she can track and just relax slightly off the pace, I think that would be a big benefit for her versus trying to make the lead from the outside draw. But we'll see how it shapes up. Race number 3 coming up next here at Keeneland, as they'll be going 7 furlongs on the fast dirt main track.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third race. $20,000 the claiming price. Fillies and mares age 3 and up. 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering. Scratch the 1, Baytown Bougie. Scratch the 2, Where's the Wine. Post time at 7 minutes.
There's a look at the 7-horse Belle of the Bluegrass. Not had an opportunity to discuss her over in the paddock side, as she was not in the top 3 selections for myself, and she is a filly that comes into this race off of some of the best races that we have seen from her. She's really turned the corner, dropping in for 30,000. They keep her in an aggressive spot in a level that makes sense, running for 20,000 here today. Off those synthetic tries, she's back on dirt. She performed well on this dirt main track going back to a year ago, almost exactly. April 12th of 2024, she chased Kehoe Beach around the main track on a sloppy main track. Now, if Kehoe Beach's name sounds familiar, we just saw her run a giant race in the Jenny Wiley last weekend Grade 1 competition. So she's gone on to do big things. Belle of the Bluegrass, it's taken them some time to figure her out, but they have in her last few. So at 2-1 certainly does make a lot of sense in this bunch, race number 3, going 7 furlongs. Good luck. Less than 5 minutes to post before race 3.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race. Moving into line, race 3. Mariposa de Pista comes forward along with Mila Junes. Candy Cause. Here's Midnight Blaze. No show, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. No show was off slowly. And here comes a loper to the inside. Belle of the Bluegrass is right there as well. Mila June's going to move up to the far outside. And Princess Calamo is right there between horses also. But Mila June's has the lead. Belle of the Bluegrass is now second, slides down to the rail just a neck from the leader. Princess Calamo outward from the rail as they head for the turn. And third by a neck. A loper is in fourth. Then a gap of 3.5 more lengths. Candy Cause moves up in fifth around the outside of Mariposa de Pista, who is in sixth position. And then No Show after that slow beginning is up alongside now to challenge for seventh, 8 lengths off the lead as Midnight Blaze is there to her inside. 22.99 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Belle of the Bluegrass has the lead around the far turn, 3/4 of a length, and is still challenged by Mila Junes, but Mila Junes has lost ground around the far turn and is now 2 lengths off the lead. Princess Calamo 5 from the front in third, a gap of 4 more back to Candy Cause, then a loper back toward the inside is still a distant fifth. And coming to the final furlong, Belle of the Bluegrass has opened up by 4, by 5 lengths to Mila Junes in second, Princess Calamo third, Candy Cause in fourth, Midnight Blaze to the outside, a loper back toward the inside, all well behind Belle of the Bluegrass. Vince Chaminade just striding on by Belle of the Bluegrass past the 16th pole and on to the finish. Belle of the Bluegrass much the best. Princess Calamo second, Mila Junes was home third, and Candy Cause was fourth.
Well, Belle of the Bluegrass bringing that form down from Turfway Park and keeping it rolling here today. An easy win for the 7-5 favorite, daughter of Midshipman for Tommytown Thoroughbreds. She put plenty of daylight between herself and the 8, who rallies to finish second. That is Princess Calamoa, as well as the 9 rounding out the trifecta, the second choice, Mila Junes. But a no doubt about it win for the 7-horse Belle of the Bluegrass here in race number 3.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race: 7 Belle of the Bluegrass first, 8 Princess Calamo second, 9 Mila June's third, 5 Candy Cause was fourth. 7, 8, 9, 5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third race, the unofficial winner, number 7, Belle of the Bluegrass, owned by Tommytown Thoroughbreds LLC of Tommy Stoll, trained by Riley Mott, Vince Chaminade, the jockey. Belle of the Bluegrass, a 4-year-old filly by Midshipman, out of Bella Biandetti by Biandetti, bred in Kentucky by Pope McLean and Roland Hancock. The time for 7 furlongs over the main track listed fast, 1 minute 25.4 seconds. Third race results official. 7-8-9-5, the official results. Keeneland's fourth race up next. Double and pick 3 wagering started the pick 6. No carryover. Main track is fast. The turf firm rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In the fourth race, scratch number 4, Day Money Deegan. And also scratch number 5, Ericano. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 11 Love That Symphony is a gelding. 11 Love That Symphony is a gelding.
Race number 4 is right ahead of us, 19 minutes to post. This will begin the $1 pick 6 sequence today at Keeneland for the final 6 races of this Thursday afternoon card. And it'll be a 6-furlong sprint on the fast main track, maiden special weight event for 3-year-olds. And it's a race that is restricted to horses that sold or RNA'd, reserved not attained, for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. It's a condition that has become very popular at racetracks across the country. Certainly has become very popular from a sales perspective in connections seeking to find horses that fit this condition, and it's been very profitable for those connections that have been able to go over to a sale like Keeneland September and find a horse for $65,000 or less with that eligibility and run for big purse money like we're seeing here today of $75,000 in this maiden special weight event. And Backtrack, the number 10 horse, is the favorite. This is a colt by Kozan who comes out of a maiden auction restricted race up at Turfway Park. It was a quickly run race on the synthetic course, and he was part of that pace from an outside post position, and he was chasing that quick pace that was running 1:10-1 for the final time of 6 furlongs, finished third, beaten just 2.5 lengths. Joe Sharp is the conditioner, sending him out for a second time in his career. He adds blinkers here today, so perhaps a little bit more finish, maybe more speed, more focus, whatever it is. He looks phenomenal down there. The Chestnut colt that was purchased as a 2-year-old last year down in Florida for $50,000. This is a great spot for these connections with the Florida-bred son of Kozan here in race number 4. Jose Ortiz is soon to be in the saddle. Backtrack, top selection for Gabby and myself. Down on the inside, the number 1 horse, that is Vix, a first-time starter for Greg Foley, a first-time starter that was purchased down in Florida, down in Ocala last year for $60,000. So just nearly up against the $65,000 auction restricted price to be eligible for this race. First-time starters for Greg Foley, 5%. Not a barn known for first out winners, but when you come into a position like this and with the eligibility, I think that you can ignore that. And obviously, Greg Foley is a much better conditioner than what 5% suggests with first-time starters. 14% overall. He had a win earlier this week or earlier this meet here at Keeneland in the spring. Saez is in the saddle. That's another positive. So Vix, to me, makes a lot of sense as a alternative to the favorite in race number 4. And then Via Jefe is the number 3 horse for Rusty Arnold, 12-1. A Keeneland November purchase back in 2022 when this horse was just a weanling, if my math is correct. $45,000 at the Keeneland November sale. He's running in Maiden Special Weight Company down at Gulfstream on synthetic and turf. So they move into this auction restricted scenario. They try him on dirt here today. And with Edgar Morales, I think that this is a really kind of a sneaky horse in here coming out of those races at Gulfstream and moving over to dirt. I know if you look at the family and you look at the dam side of things, the mare is by the name of Gotta Have Her, daughter of Royal Academy. That's turf, right? Street Boss, though, can get you anything. So the number 3 horse for Calumet, don't ignore this price horse of 12-1 here in race number 4. Love these maiden auction restricted races, as I mentioned, from the perspective of bringing together competitive groups in 2- and 3-year-old races, primarily 3-year-old races, but also really opening up a great opportunity for folks out there to go to the Keeneland September sales and find horses at these prices of $65,000 or less and be eligible for great races like this here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck in race number 4. Once again, start of the pick 6.
horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race, maiden auction event. 3-year-olds that sold or were reserved not attained for $65,000 or less in their most recent auction. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6, no carryover. Main track is fast, turf is firm today, rail at 20 feet on the turf course. In this fourth race, scratch number 4, Day Money Deegan. Also scratch the 5, Aricano. A reminder, contrary to the program, the 11 Love That Symphony is a gelding. Post time, 6 minutes.
Five minutes away from the start of the pick 6 here at Keeneland. There's a look at Free Spin. Want to see how this horse is going to be warming up, because there was some moments down here in the paddock where he was just kind of tossing his head about, and I'm not sure if it was just a reaction to Johnny V being legged up or whatnot, but he is acting professional out there on the track as he sits at 4-1. Colt by Hard Spun. Riley Mott, the conditioner, he is currently the second choice in this race as a first-time starter. So Free Spin settling in his warm-ups out there on the course. The 8 Pyromania for Big Chief Racing and trainer Keith DeSormo. He is a pretty son of Daredevil, and there you can see it. I hope you can see it on the screens here as we lead up to race number 4. He's a massive price of 33-1. Keith DeSormo, James Grand coming together for a third time in the early part of the card here today. He's a tough read because he debuted on turf at Colonial at the end of July. It's been 9 months since we've seen him. $37,000 Keeneland September yearling in 2023. He is pretty. That's all I can say about him. Now, whether he can handle the dirt here today and this competition he faces up against, we'll find out. But from a looks perspective, might be worth a gamble at odds of 33-1. Good luck in the pick 6. Are all wagers available here in race number 4. We're 4 minutes away here at Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the pick six. Moving into line, race 4. Via Hefe and Backtrack move into line. Here is Oh Please, along with Love That Symphony. Black Hills goes in. Redacted, the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Redacted from the outside. Backtrack is right there, and Love That Symphony away running in third. As they head up the backstretch, Free Spin is there. Vix is down to the inside of that one, but Backtrack is the leader. Backtrack gets over toward the inside, leads it by 3/4 of a length. Redacted second. Vix is in tight down toward the inside, finds a little more running room now down toward the rail in that third position. A length and a half off the lead. Free Spin is in fourth. Via Hefe is a wide fifth. Flick is sixth. Love That Symphony is seventh. Oh Please is eighth. Black Hills is ninth, and Pyromania last of the 10, 22.82 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Backtrack to the inside, around the far turn, has the lead 3/4 of a length. Redacted is second by just over 2. Free Spin is third by 3/4 of a length. And then Via Hefe, Vix to the inside of that one. Flick has to swing wide, still 7 lengths off the lead. Here comes Redacted, coming after Backtrack. Redacted right alongside of Backtrack. That's the battle for the lead. That pair 5 lengths in front of Flick, who's moving toward the rail, but still far back in third. Past the 8th pole, Redacted right alongside of Backtrack, and Backtrack not going away. 16th pole, Backtrack and neck in front. Redacted is there on the outside. Backtrack hanging tough. Backtrack to win it over Redacted across the line in second, and then further back it was Flick and Free Spin.
These two throw down the length of the stretch, and I think the biggest difference between these two horses was the fact that Backtrack was able to keep a straight path. A couple of times we saw the 12 Redacted drift out, have to be angled back in. If I'm not mistaken, he does it one more time. There it comes, and it has to angle back in again. So that a bit of weaving proves to be the difference, I would imagine, in the end, as Backtrack held straight and strong to the wire under Jose Ortiz Jr. and scores at odds of even money.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's fourth race. The 10 backtrack was first. Number 12 Redacted second. Number 9 Flick was third. And the 2 Free Spin fourth. 10-12, 9-2 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's fourth race, the unofficial winner, number 10 Backtrack, owned by the Giddy Up Stables LLC of Bob Rondeau, and Tom Lambro owns Backtrack as well. Joe Sharp is the trainer, and Jose Ortiz, the jockey. Backtrack, a 3-year-old son of Kozan, out of Ephora by Corinthian, bred in Florida by Brent and Crystal Furnung. 6 furlongs, 1 minute 11.63 seconds. Results are official for Keeneland's fourth race. 10-12-9-2, the official results. Keeneland's fifth race upcoming. The turf is listed firm. The rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland turf pick 3, made up of races 5, 7, and 9. Scratch the 1 into Diamonds. Also scratch number 7 Hesper. Scratch the 8 Pivotal Moment. Also scratch number 12 Bolt from Above. Scratch the 15 Busick, and scratch the 16 Go Captain. A reminder, 13 draws into the race, Miss You Candy. 14 also draws in Johnny Come Lately. Jockeys as programmed.
Race number 5, our second of 4 turf races today, and this is the race, grass race today, turf race today, that starts the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3, races 5, 7, and 9. More thoughts on that in a moment. The number 5 horse is my top selection, as well as Gabby's. That is Send Cash. Gabby, a horse that put together a really move forward and strong effort in his 4-year-old debut last time out at Gulfstream Park. Blitzed the field that day. He handled good ground prior to that at Churchill Downs. This is a firm turf course that he's dealing with, but he is quick, and I think he's going to be tough to catch in here for Klein Racing.
I agree with you, Scott. When I was originally handicapping this race, I thought the race would go through the 4, the 5, or the 8. And now with the scratch of the 8, I really do think it should go between one of those 2 horses. But I do give the preference to the 5, Send Cash. And this horse is a better price right now at 3-1. I know he couldn't quite get the 5.5 furlongs back in June at Churchill Downs, but that was over heavier ground. And I think this is a horse that now turning 4 is going to improve leaps and bounds. Out of that race, he's been working very quickly and very well for Cherie DeVoe and Klein Racing. I just don't think anybody can run with him on the lead. I just think he's going to be the fastest out of the gate as well.
The favorite, the number 4 horse, we've got him second here. He's not going to show the speed that Send Cash is going to today. If everything pans out as we expect, there can be some unexpected things that occur, but just looking at form and past performances, but Credit Worthy will be closing, and he closed up to win by a neck last time out at Saratoga, and that last time was a ways back, 7 months ago for the Kolarovich Stables and trainer Chad Brown. There's no doubt he's a contender in this race, just at the bottom line with Credit Worthy, the 4.
Yeah, he's gotten some quick paces. Look at the pace that he got at Aqueduct first time out going 3/4. They went 43 for the half, and he closed to almost win that day. He came back and got the job done at Saratoga. He got a good trip. He was down on the inside and then angled out at the top of the stretch. Manny Franco, who was aboard him that day, rode a great race. Irad gets the call here today. I think he's just... he's very good. He's probably equally as talented as Send Cash, but he's got to work out a trip, whereas Send Cash is just so quick.
Those are 2 relative younger horses. They're both 4 years old. They're both, well, respectively, Credit Worthy start 3 of his career. Send Cash start number 4 comes today. But the number 10 horse, Alexis Zorba, he's an older horse than the previous 2 we've talked about. He's got a lot more experience. 15 runs, 1 win, 7 seconds and 2/3. Most of his earnings have come through those second and third place finishes, but he's got some speed to him as well. I can't imagine Luis Saez is not going to be trying to press the issue and press Send Cash, the number 5, given how quick this horse has been in route races and even in turf sprints.
That's a good point, and they did go very quickly last time out, and he was part of that pace at Gulfstream Park going 5 furlongs. He could very well have the speed to run with the 5.
You've got the 13 who draws in as your 3rd selection, Monsieur Candy for Alice Cohen. This is a Catalina Red gelding who was a winner here at Keeneland last spring. He sprung a big upset with his speed he displayed last spring in 2024, 16-1 that day. In his subsequent races, he's only run twice over the span of about a year, and he's run well in both of those starts, Churchill and Fairgrounds.
He's such an honest horse, Scott. Look at his races on the turf. He's never finished off the board sprinting on the turf. His last race, he drew the rail post position. He didn't get a perfect trip, but he figured it out along the way. And I think he showed a new dimension in that he doesn't need the lead in order to win. He effectively rated, and that's a huge thing for a turf sprinter. I know he's 4. He has 6 starts, but I still think he's learning. And he is just a really nice horse at the end of it, and always shows up. So I had to give a little love for Monsieur Candy.
Let's tackle the pick 3, the turf pick 3, starting with race number 5, race 7, leg 2, race 9, the 3rd and final leg on this 9-race card. I'll use the 2 favorites, the number 4 horse Credit Worthy and Send Cash, to start it off. As far as race number 7, 2 races down the line, that's our featured event. Really like Muta Weed, who's going to get a lot of attention for Mike Maker. Claim for $35,000. He's extended him out in longer distance races, and he's gotten a positive response. Tucson, he's going to be the favorite potentially. He's 5-2 on the morning line. He tries something new here today on the turf. The half brother to the Grade 1 Madison winner Kamari is Tucson, a $1.3 million Keeneland September yearling. And then in the third portion of this three-pronged attack for me on this pick 3 ticket. The number 11 horse, Raptors, a gelding by Hat Trick, who gets back out to a mile and a half. In his native country of Brazil, was able to win a Group 1 down there. In fact, back-to-back Group 1s, and he's only got a mile since arriving here in the United States. And then in the 9th and final, 9, 11, and 12, the idea in that maiden special weight event with the 9, Love You Anyway, the morning line favorite. Certainly makes a lot of sense. Miss Farrow trying grass for the first time for trainer Phil Sims, who's good, moving horses over to turf for the first time. That's the 11, and the 12 for Shug McGahee, Pemaquid, a filly by Curlin, a $400,000 yearling purchase at the September sale here at Keeneland in 2023. We'll see how she fares. She's the price play as far as race number 9 is concerned. $54 investment in the Turf Pick 3, which begins with race number 5, $3 minimum wager, and it comes at you in less than 12 minutes.
Your attention, please. A late jockey change in Keeneland's 5th race. Number 13, Monsieur Candy. The jockey will be Jamie Torres. Keeneland's 5th race, late jockey change. Number 13, Monsieur Candy. The jockey Jamie Torres. Wave the bug. The weight 124 pounds. Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th race, the Green Lantern. Allowance 3-year-olds and up, 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, rail at 20 feet. Doubled in pick 3, wagering start of the late pick 5, start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Scratch the 1 into Diamonds. Scratch the 7 Hesper. Scratch 8 Pivotal Moment. Also scratch 12 Bolt from Above. Also scratch 15 Busick and 16 Go Captain. 13 draws in, Miss You Candy. Number 13, Make the Jockey Jamie Torres Wave the Bug, the weight 124. The 14, Johnny Come Lately, also draws in the jockey as programmed. Post time in 7 minutes.
Back to credit worthy for the Klarovitz stables, a good-looking son of Mitoli. Irad Ortiz Jr. gets to ride him for the first time, but he really did make a nice impression getting a closer look at him down in the paddock.
He's fresh. He's trying to run off there with Irad Ortiz Jr., and I can't say that I am surprised to see this because he hasn't raced since August. His workouts have been really solid down there in Florida. You like to see this with a turf sprinter. You want them to be energetic in the bridle, want them to be able to pop out of the gate and give their best. So I love everything that I see from him, and he also looks incredibly fit off the layoff. It does not look like he hasn't raced since August.
He's got a bigger stature, I'd say, than the number 5 horse, but the 5 is a good-looking colt. That is Sen Cash, who just clicked down to 2-1, so he's getting closer and closer in the win pools as we approach post time for race 5.
Yeah, credit worthy, he covers more ground, certainly, but the 5 Sen Cash, you can see he's a compact build, extremely fit. He was more dappled. He just looked, his coat looked really rich and healthy. All positive signs there. From a conformation standpoint, physically they look very different, but both look well in their own right.
Devil in Disguise, the number 9 horse, he's 8-1 for R.A. Hill Stable. Peter Lydell, George Weaver. It's been a long time since we've seen him run. It's been 11 months since a race up at Belmont Aqueduct meet where he was well beaten that day, but talk about coming in fresh. That's exactly what now George Weaver is bringing this gelding into this race here at Keeneland off of that kind of a layoff.
He's a very big horse. When I looked at him, I was like, wow, he's a turf sprinter, but he also looks very energetic. He also looks very fit coming off the layoff. You like to see that. Some of these horses are coming off of several months on the bench, and you want to see that fitness in their hindquarters and their shoulder and not too much condition on them, and I see that with this horse. He's feeling himself out there. I actually, he went up a little bit in my book after looking at him in the paddock.
We talked about the $3 Keeneland Turf Pick 3 beginning here. Don't forget, this also starts the late Pick 5, the pool approaching $300,000 with less than 3 minutes to post here at Keeneland Racecourse. Good luck.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race, the Green Lantern. Start of the late pick 5 and start of the Keeneland Turf pick 3. Moving into line, race 5. Surf City comes forward, along with Credit Worthy and Messu Candy. Send Cash. Let's Go Mark. Johnny Come Lately will be the last one. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. There goes Alexis Zorba out for the early lead. Send Cash has some speed. Let's Go Mark is away between that pair in third. And then Messu Candy, Credit Worthy moves by that one from between horses into fourth. Moon Sniper is fifth. Messu Candy is now sixth. Devil in Disguise is in seventh. Johnny Come Lately is eighth. Surf City is ninth. Uncle William last of the 10 as they head on to the far turn. Send Cash against the rail has the lead by just a half length. And Let's Go Mark is right there to the outside, 21.51 seconds. The time for the opening quarter. Alexis Zorba stays wide around the far turn. In third, still 3 lengths off the lead. Credit Worthy stays toward the inside. In fourth, moves up within 3 lengths of the leader as well as they turn for home. Send Cash leads off the far turn. Let's Go Mark is in second. Credit Worthy needs room in behind horses. Here's Alexis Zorba from the outside. Moon Sniper, Devil in Disguise coming from the outside. Messu Candy far outside. A late charge from Surf City, who's desperately trying to find room to the inside. Surf City, Let's Go Mark, Credit Worthy, Devil in Disguise. Surf City, Credit Worthy, Devil in Disguise. These three come to the front together, down to the wire. Surf City, Devil in Disguise, Credit Worthy. Surf City, John Velasquez, the rail ride to win it.
Surf City in the blue and white silks of BBN Racing, Big Blue Nation Racing, able to dive down to the inside and find a clear path to victory, while a few of these horses had hard luck stories down the lane. The 4 was begging for room. He finally got it. The 10 had to take up down the lane. The 3 without much of a clear path, but not much of a run in order to keep up with them. And it does look like the 11, the Colt by Mendelssohn, is going to pull this one off very narrowly for Vicky Oliver and Johnny Velasquez, kicking off the late pick 5.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race: the 11th Surf City finished first. Number 9, Devil in Disguise, was second. Number 4, Credit Worthy, third. Number 3, Moon Sniper, fourth. 11-9-4-3, unofficial. Fifth race results official. 11-9-4-3, the official results. Race 5, the Green Lantern into the winner's circle. The official winner, Surf City. Owned by BBN Racing LLC of Ann Braxton Lynch, the trainer Vicky Oliver, the jockey John Velasquez. Surf City, 4-year-old son of Mendelssohn, out of Evasive Storm by Elusive Quality, bred in Kentucky by Ernest Frobose. The Keeneland sales graduate gets the 5.5 furlongs over the firm turf, 1 minute 2.54 seconds. Hurley pick 5 pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. In the winner's circle, the trophy presentation for race 5, the Green Lantern, to the connections of Surf City. Keeneland's sixth race upcoming, including double and pick 3 wagering, the start of the late pick 4. Main track is fast, the turf is firm, no changes in race 6.
Coming up in race number 6, this does kick off the late pick 4 on this afternoon. 7 furlongs on the main track for this maiden special weight event. And we'll talk about how I see the late pick 4 in just a few moments. But first, the 2 Clicquot is going to be the top selection here for me. So 2 fillies come out of the same race at Gulfstream Park back on the 1st of March. And Mayazat, she actually ran a little bit better than Clicquot, the number 3 horse. But what I liked about, or I guess what the trouble was with Clicquot first time out, is that she didn't really break that sharply. And then when sometimes that happens, horses have a tendency to rush up because the rider kind of has to take a hold of them. And I think that's kind of what happened with this filly first time out. She broke slowly, she rushed up in behind horses, and then she made the lead, and then she got tired. That is a very hard trip to pull off for a first-time starter going 7 furlongs. So I'm hoping she can at least break a little bit more fluid, or if she doesn't, at least kind of listen to the rider's cues and be able to rate from off of the pace today. Either one, I think she's very quick, and I just hope for a smoother experience today. The number 5 Bundle has come out of her last race working well here at Keeneland. If you go back and watch that last race when she stretched out from 6 furlongs to the mile and a 16th, that stretch felt like it went on forever, and sometimes it does feel like that down at the fairgrounds. She was swapping leads back and forth. She just did not look like she necessarily wanted to go the distance, and despite that, she ran a really credible second place finish there after opening up on the field by 3 lengths. So I love the cutback in distance for the number 5 Bundle. And then the 4 She Won't Budge, last but certainly not least. She debuted really nicely down at the fairgrounds against Maiden Special Weight Company. The only thing that I will say about that race is that it's set up for closers. It featured somewhat of a quick pace, but the horses who did well in that race did close from off of it. And I thought that she kind of got an ideal setup and couldn't necessarily seal the deal. So obviously she's 2 to 1 right now. I think that's a fine price. If she goes down from that, I think you have to kind of question what is the right price for a horse like this. But it's a competitive group. I mean, all of these fillies have the potential to take a big step forward today. And we'll see how it all shakes out here in race number 6. As I mentioned, this race does kick off the pick 4 sequence, and as I see it in this first leg of the sequence, I use the 2, the 3, the 4, and the 5. So I also use that other filly for Bill Mott that comes out of the same race as Clicquot. In the 7th race, the 2-7 or 2-3-7 with preference. The top selection for me is going to be the 7 Legree for Alstall Jr. I like this horse stretching out to the 1.5 miles on the turf today. Race number 8, the preference for me is Empirical Mischief. I think she's been working really well in the morning, and I honestly think she has the class advantage over the rest of the field, but I'll use Mila Rose, the 1 to the inside, as well as the 7 Carlisle Bay, and that takes us to the last race today. My top play there is the number 9 Love You Anyway, so certainly want to use her as well as the 7 Gum in the last leg of the sequence. That's how I see the late pick 4, we are getting close to Riders Up time here for the upcoming race. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Slip Away maiden special weight 3-year-old fillies over the Beard course, about 7 furlongs on the fast main track. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. No changes, post time at 7 minutes.
Lots of really good-looking fillies in this race, but I'll talk about a couple of horses that kind of stood out, in my opinion. The number 5, Bundle. I just thought she looked the most prepared for this race. There are a couple of fillies in here that look like they could definitely stretch out at some point, but today she definitely looked the fittest, the 5, Bundle, and clearly it's not really surprising to see that, as she does turn back in distance from 1 1/16 throughout the long stretch at the fairgrounds and now cutting back to the 7/8. But I really think that race did a lot for her. I liked her energy on the track, and I also like how fit she is compared to her counterparts today. The 7, Sheila. So when I looked at her, she is kind of a filly, I would say, that holds on to a little bit of condition. Her race, first time out, she probably got a little something out of it. She'll probably get a little bit more out of it today. But she was a filly in the paddock that was a little bit quiet. She was well behaved. But as soon as Brian Hernandez was legged up into the saddle, she woke up. Her ears went forward. She started prancing around. And when you look at lightly raced fillies, and you see that, I always think it's a positive sign, especially with a second-time starter, because she knows what her job is. She knows that the rider is aboard. She's going to be racing here soon, and she clearly has been kind of focusing ever since that happened. She really does have to improve in terms of her speed figure and her overall performance, but I did really think that was a positive sign, and she's one of many that could certainly improve in her second career start. And then finally, the number 2 horse, Clicquot. On paper, This is my top selection. This was also a Clocker Report pick. This horse has been clocking some really nice workouts here at Keeneland, including her most recent workout on the 8th of April here at Keeneland, going 5 furlongs in 101 and change, the best out of 28 that day. So that's always really good to see. Horses shipping up here after spending the winter down in Florida, and how they like, Keeneland, and kind of acclimating back to this area during the springtime. So all positive signs there for the number 2, Clicquot, as she is your 9-5 favorite, 3 minutes away from race number 6. Good luck.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Slip Away, start of the late pick 4. Moving into line, race 6. Clicquot comes forward, along with Crimson Sun. Maziat, Sheila, She Won't Budge. Tehanita will be the last one. Goes in. They're at the post. They're off. And there goes Maziot from between horses for the early lead. Clico's going to go with her to the inside. Bundle there to the outside. Crossing Jordan comes away running in the fourth position. Up the backstretch they go. Clico to the inside of Maziot, who's outward from the rail, leading it by just a neck. Bundle behind that pair toward the outside. Third by just a neck. Crossing Jordan fourth by a length. She won't budge. Right behind her is in fifth. And then Sheila, Tehanita, and Crimson Sun. Last but right there with the rest as they move on to the far turn, just over 5 lengths front to back. Clico and Maziot still side by side for the lead, separated by neck. Clico moves up the inside and will save the ground against the rail into the far turn, followed by Crossing Jordan, then Bundle, who swings up to the far outside as they round the turn, and then She Won't Budge in between that pair. 22.73, 46.77 for the first half mile. Clico is the leader as they work toward the top of the stretch by a length. Maziot is in second by a length, and then Bundle is third, has to go to the far outside. She Won't Budge is in fourth, still 5 lengths off the lead. Clico is the leader. Maziot takes aim on the outside, and Bundle is third on the far outside as they come past the 8th pole. Clico opens up. Clico by 2, by 3, by 4 into the final furlong. Maziot is in second a length, and then Bundle, and She Won't Budge fourth on the outside. Clico's at the 16th pole, and Clico is on to the winner's circle with Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard. It is Clico to win it. Maziot was home in second, and then She Won't Budge was up in time for third over Bundle in fourth.
Well, Clico was actually bet down to the favorite in her first race. She didn't really run well down there at Gulfstream Park, but she comes back and she's 7-5 here today, and she delivers as the favorite. This was a very impressive performance. She took a little bit of early pace pressure, but she managed to make the lead here earlier. A little bit better of a gate break as well. It was definitely more smooth here today, and she goes on to kick clear from the 3 by several lengths in the end. Easy victory for the number 2 Clico. 2-3 across the finish line for race number 6.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 6th race. Number 2, Clico, finished first. Number 3, Maziot, was second. Number 4, She Won't Budge, was third. Number 5, Bundle, was fourth. 2, 3, 4, 5, unofficial. Race 6 results official. 2, 3, 4, 5, the official results. Into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 6th race, the Slip Away, the official winner, number 2, Clico. Owned by X-Men Racing 4 of Donato Lani, owned by Madaket Stables LLC of Saul Kuman, SF Racing LLC Gavin Murphy, Brendan Walsh the trainer, and Irad Ortiz Jr. the jockey. Clico, 3-year-old filly by Quality Road out of Royal Obsession by Tappet, bred in Kentucky by Don Alberto Corporation. Beard course about 7 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 28.04 seconds. In the winner's circle, the Slip Away Trophy presentation to the connections of Clico. Keeneland 7th and featured race upcoming. The turf is firm, the rail at 20 feet, double and pick 3 wagering. Starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 8, Deuteronomy. Scratch the 8, Deuteronomy. Overweight, the 1, King Curlin, the jockey, 1 pound over.
Nice little race coming up next. Race number 7, an allowance race going 1.5 miles on the firm turf course. I thought this was a tough race. Obviously, the 3 Tucson will take money 2-1 right now on that horse. We'll talk more about him in a minute. I think he can run well in this race, but depending on the price, maybe this is a horse that you take a little bit of a stance against and try to shop for better prices. The direction I go is the 7 Legree for trainer Al Stahl. This horse gets the blinkers back on. They took them off last time out, and I think it was kind of because this horse was getting a little bit too aggressive in his dirt races. If you look at his race back in December at the fairgrounds and then coming back on the 27th of January, he showed a lot of speed, and then he just didn't have anything left coming down the lane. So obviously they took the blinkers off, and then the opposite applied. He didn't show any early speed, and the pace scenario didn't really materialize for him. So he's had a bit of tough luck in the past couple of starts. Now the question is whether or not he can get the distance of 1.5 miles today. Well, the only thing that you can really lean on is 1.125 miles thus far, at least in his past performances. And he did manage to win going 1.125 miles at the fairgrounds a couple years ago. So I think this is going to be a good move for this horse, stretching out in distance. And considering the speed he showed in some of his dirt races, I actually think he's going to be able to sit a forward trip, or at the very least a mid-pack trip at this 1.5 mile distance. The number 3 Tucson is well related, half to a grade 1 winner. This son of Constitution, he obviously made his 3-year-old debut a little late. It was back in the late December at Gulfstream. He did that sprinting on the main track. Actually faced a pretty decent field that day. He came back and got the maiden breaking score done, posting a very fast Beyer speed figure of 98. And then he came back and beat Allowance Company once again in that race. Now, those 2 races were on the synthetic. He's trying a couple new things today. He has to get the 1.5 miles, and he has to show that he does like the turf course today. He's certainly bred for it, but you never know until they try it. And again, it's a question of what kind of price you're willing to take on a horse that does have a lot of unknowns. The number 2, Mutaweed, is a horse sent out by Mike Maker. We've seen this story before. Mike Maker dives in, claims horses around the $30,000 to $50,000 price point, steps them up in class, stretches them out in distance, and goes on and is super competitive in even graded stakes company. The 2, he definitely seems like he can go a long distance. I think he's going to like the turf course here at Gulfstream Park. Sometimes that turf course is so firm down there at Gulfstream Park, and horses have a tendency to not really make up a lot of ground. I don't think that's the case here on the turf course at Keeneland. I think his running style is going to be suitable at 1.5 miles here. He should be able to get covered up and come with his late run in the late stages here of this race for trainer Mike Maker. So competitive group of horses. I thought there were many ways to go. I even kind of looked at the 4 Safe Trip Home as a long shot at 34-1, but we'll take a closer look at some of these runners and report trackside in just a minute. This race does kick off the final pick 3 opportunity. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Crestwood, and allowance for 4-year-olds and up, 1.5 miles over the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 8, Deuteronomy. Number 8, Deuteronomy scratched. Overweight, the 1, King Curlin, the jockey, 1 pound over. Post time at 8 minutes.
Good group of horses coming up next, and I wanted to talk about this long shot runner, the number 4 Safe Trip Home for Doug Cowens. This was a horse that I kind of looked at when I was handicapping. I wasn't quite brave enough to go in this direction, but if you're interested in playing exotic wagers like exactas and trifectas, maybe a horse to throw in underneath. His race 2 starts back at Turfway was good. He got an 81 buyer speed figure for that victory. If you look at his turf races, I know they were a couple years ago, but he finished 2 lengths behind a horse by the name of Irish Aces. He's a very quality racehorse. So the running lines are there, and he also looks like a horse that could run all day long. So the 4 Safe Trip Home, I think, is one that you could use at a big price. The number 9 Quattrocento sent out by Fausto Gutierrez. Big time winner last time out. His last race at Tampa Bay Downs was really impressive. He rated nicely from that outside post position and then just kicked clear. Now, I don't really know what he was beating in that race, but from a physical standpoint, this horse does look really well today. He's dappled, he looks fit, and he certainly looks like he can stretch out to the 1.5 miles. Now, the one horse that I really should say that I thought was built for this distance in the paddock was the 11 Raptors. He ran well in his North American debut, I should say. He ran up in Canada at Woodbine, and then he came back and just did not run well at all. He was bet down to 4-1 that day. It was a good group of horses, but he was well meant against that field. I don't know what happened. That was going the flat mile. Maybe it was just too sharp for him. He's a big horse all around. He holds really good condition. He's got good size all around, and I like to see that for a horse that's stretching out to this distance. And keep in mind, this is a horse that won going 1.5 miles in Brazil. So he certainly is bred to do it, and from a physical standpoint, he was definitely my favorite in order to get this distance today. Last but certainly not least, the number 2 horse, Mutawid, is Tom Leach's long shot play of the day. He was kind of looking at this horse for at a little bit of a price. Now, morning line, he was 8-1. Unfortunately, he has come down off of that morning line to 4-1 right now, but still probably a fair price on this horse, who can certainly get the 1.5 miles. We've seen him do it in the past, at least run well at this distance. So we'll see how this race all shakes out. I will say that the 2 Mutawid, he was getting a little bit warm in the paddock. Same case for the number 3 Tucson. And I always want to keep that in mind with these horses that are getting at a distance for the first time, especially the favorite at 2-1. You kind of want them to be have a good mind going into a race like this when they're stretching out for the first time. So that was just a little bit of a concern, but I don't know if he did that last time out or not. Obviously, this is my first time seeing this horse in the flesh. Some thoughts there. We are 3 minutes away from race number 7, competitive group going 1.5 miles on the firm course.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Crestwood. Moving into line, race 7. Tucson comes forward, along with Freedom's Way. Safe Trip Home and Raptors. Tres Solis. Agent Creed, the last one, goes in there at the post. And they're off. Quattrocento from the far outside. Tres Solis is a step quicker here in these opening strides. Freedom's Way is up close out in the center of the course as they move on to the far turn for the first time. So Tres Solis to the inside, Freedom's Way up on the outside, and these two will begin matching strides as they work their way onto that far turn. Tucson is in third, down toward the inside. Raptors moves up a wide fourth. Verbal is in some close quarters in between horses in fifth. Quattrocento settles back on the outside in sixth, about 6 lengths off the lead. King Curlin is seventh toward his inside. Legree is in eighth position. Mutawwood is back toward the inside in ninth. Agent Creed is 10th, and Safe Trip Home is last of the 11. They got the opening quarter in 24.72 seconds. Back up front, Tres Solis and Freedom's Way continue their tussle for the lead. Separated by just a neck here, just over one circuit to go in this 12-furlong test. Tucson moving up toward the inside in third, just a length and a half off the lead. Raptors is still there toward his outside. Verbal is in fifth. King Curlin, Quattrocento, Mutawwood back toward the rail. He is running 7 lengths from the front and is followed by Legree, who moves out wide. Agent Creed has to go wider still, and Safe Trip Home is last. It was 49.5 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Tres Solis is the leader as they once again head onto the backstretch, and Freedom's Way is right alongside, just as they've been since the start, but a gap of 2 lengths. Back to Raptors to the outside in third, a half length. Tucson is in the fourth position by a length and a half to Verbal. King Curlin next toward the rail. Agent Creed far outside is running 6 lengths off the lead. Mutawwood is 7 from the front and is down toward the inside at the end of the backstretch here. Quattrocento and then Legree, who is next to last, and Safe Trip Home, who is the trailer. It is still Tres Solis with the lead. On to the final turn. Tres Solis is leading it by a half length. Freedom's Way is second by a length and a half. Raptors is still there in third. Verbal a wide fourth. Tucson looks to the inside from fifth. Legree out in the center of the course is in sixth. Quattrocento and then Mutawwood. They are in between horses. That pair 5 lengths off the lead as they come for the top of the stretch. Tres Solis and Freedom's Way. They continue to go at it. Tucson going to have to change lanes toward the outside. Mutawwood looks toward the inside. Verbal is next. Here's Tucson with clear running. Mutawwood tries to move behind that one. Quattrocento is out in the center of the course. 7 lengths away though. Final furlong. Tucson has the lead. Freedom's Way second, then Mutawwood, Tres Solis. It is Tucson kicking on for the finish. Tucson to win the feature under Irad Ortiz Jr. Freedom's Way was second. Mutawwood was up in time for third, and then Safe Trip Home.
Well, he was certainly bred to be a good one. He sold right here at the Keeneland September sale as a yearling for $1.3 million. He's a half-brother to that Grade 1 winner here at Keeneland, and he comes back to the bluegrass, and look at this effort today. A little bit on the wrong lead coming down the lane, but he dominated against this group going the 1.5 miles today. Nice performance by Tucson as your favorite at 2-1, 3-10-2 across the finish line for race number 7.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 7th race. Number 3, Tucson, was first. Number 10, Freedom's Way, second. Number 2, Mutawwood, third. Number 4, Safe Trip Home, fourth. 3:10.24 unofficial. Moving into the winner's circle for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Crestwood, the unofficial winner, number 3, Tucson, owned by the Windstar Farm LLC of Kenny Trout, Rock Ridge Racing LLC of Cody Guffey. Todd Pletcher, the winning trainer. Irad Ortiz Jr. goes back-to-back on the card, and the results are now official. Tucson is a 4-year-old son of Constitution out of Cozy Up Lady by Cozine, bred in Kentucky by CHC Incorporated. The Keeneland September graduate gets the 12 furlongs over the turf, listed firm today in 228.52. In the winner's circle, the Crestwood Trophy presentation to the Connections of Tucson. Keeneland's 8th race upcoming. This will start the last of the day's rolling doubles. Main track is fast. The turf is firm. Race 8, no changes.
race 8 is coming up next, a nice allowance race for horses who have not won 2 races in their career. 6 furlongs on the main track. And here's a look at the 3 Empirical Mischief. I actually had a chance to talk to her trainer, John Ennis, a little bit earlier today, and this is what they had in store for her. This is a filly that has been a bit of a bad actor in the afternoon before. He was telling me a story about Kentucky Downs, and she didn't act very well that day, and they ultimately had to scratch her in the paddock. So this is kind of what works for her, is saddling on the walk. They just have to kind of keep her moving. As soon as the rider's legged up, obviously keep her moving out on the racetrack as well. So she is a little bit of a particular filly, but John also said that she has been working really, really well in the morning. And when you look at her second race at Ellis was excellent. She was fast. Nobody could catch her that day. And then after that, she had to stretch out in a very fast pace in the Grade 3 Pocahontas against LaCara, who was going in this year's Kentucky Oaks. They cut her back in distance after that, but I think what she probably needed after those series of races was just a little bit of time. So they gave her the time that she needed. She comes back here. She honestly looks better now at the age of 3 than she did last year, and she looks incredibly fit coming in off of the sleigh off. I don't know that anybody is as fast as she is. When I look at some of the other horses in here, I just don't know that anybody can really run with her early. Maybe the 5, because she has turf sprint speed, but this filly is pretty fast in her own right. She'll be the top play. The 1, Mila Rose, is next for trainer Steve Asmussen. Very impressive winner first time out. That was on the synthetic. She also drew post 11 of 11 that day. Now she has to face winners. Now she has to draw the rail. She doesn't have a lot of speed. We know that kickback is completely different on synthetic surfaces versus the dirt. So there are some reasons, some concerns, I should say, considering the price at even money. Will she show any more gate speed? Will she be able to handle that kickback down on the inside? Can she show that turn of foot that she did first time out? Because you can kind of get away with that on synthetic and turf. You don't really always see that be a success on the dirt, or as successful on the dirt. So some question marks, but clearly she's very impressive first time out. And I won't be surprised if she wins this race, just trying to play devil's advocate here. The 7, Carlisle Bay, is the third horse I will talk about. First time for Greg Foley. He's really good with his sprinters. I don't care if they're turf or dirt. He does really well with them. This filly did show some speed first time out. Really her first 2 races. That was over the synthetic at Woodbine. She's already stakes play. She finished 3rd in just her second start against Stakes Company. This is probably a tougher spot. I really don't know what to make of her form on the dirt. She's by Speightstown out of a Tisnow mare. She looks like she could probably run on anything, but really it's a class test in my opinion. She would really have to improve. So I feel quite confidently that this race would go between the 3 and the 1. Outside of that, I think you're really trying to reach for, horses that are trying the surface for the first time or trying the distance for the first time, just trying something new today. But those are some thoughts here for race number 8. Again, I like the 3, Empirical Mischief, is going to be my top play. Scott goes 5-1-7 in race number 8.
The horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th race, the Calumet, an allowance for 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes, post time at 6 minutes.
Horses are warming up for the 8th race. We are 5 minutes away, and here's the 5 Cavatelli. First off, the claim for trainer Eric Foster. This is a interesting horse here for sure, and this is actually Scott Hazelton's top selection as well. She certainly caught my eye today in the paddock. She's also a Clock Report pick. Some of her workouts here, or her last work here at Keeneland on the 12th of April, was quite impressive, and she gets over the surface quite nicely. Obviously, she's an unknown on the dirt, but you can kind of see how she really takes, or she's just galloping really nicely on top of the surface. She doesn't have turf action. She doesn't look like a turf horse. So I think there's kind of a potential that this filly could move forward. Obviously, she showed some speed. She rated a little bit off of a very fast pace first time out, going 5 furlongs. So she is definitely an unknown, but she is being backed by the betting public. She's 4-1 into the teeth of a 3-2 favorite. She looks great on the track for the connections. The 5 Cavatelli, Clock Report pick, and Scott Hazelton's pick. We'll see how it all plays out. 4 minutes away from race 8.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th race, the Calumet. Moving into line, race 8. Empirical Mischief comes forward, along with Wisconsin Gal. Cavatelli. Cavatelli and Mascara. Carlisle Bay will be the last one coming forward. Goes in, they're at the post. And they're off. Carlisle Bay comes out for the early lead. Mila Rose is there to the inside. Empirical Mischief up close between that pair, and Mascara right there in the opening strides as well as they head up the backstretch. Carlisle Bay, Empirical Mischief, Mila Rose down to the inside. Then Mascara moves up outside of her, takes third by just a neck. Wisconsin Gal further back is in 5th position, 3.5 lengths off the lead. A gap of 3 more back to Cavatelli. 4 back of that one. La Marinera is last as they head on to the far turn. It is Empirical Mischief leading Carlisle Bay by just a neck around the turn. Another length and a half to Mascara third, a half length. Wisconsin Gal is fourth, 22.74 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. And Mila Rose has lost ground around the far turn. In fact, she is now 5 lengths from the lead. And then Cavatelli behind her to the top of the stretch, then La Marinera. Here's Wisconsin Gal to the far outside, comes off the turn to challenge Empirical Mischief, and Carlisle Bay still fighting on past the 8th pole. Carlisle Bay in between horses, Wisconsin Gal to the outside. Mascara tries to pick them up. A late run from Mila Rose. She's gone to 4th, she's gone to 3rd, she's gone to 2nd. Mila Rose coming on from the outside to win it under Joe Ramos. Wisconsin Gal was home in 2nd position. That is close for 3rd, Carlisle Bay or Mascara for that 3rd spot.
Wow, she did not look like she was going to win this race at the top of the stretch. She had a wall of horses in front of her. And keep in mind, this is the first time that she has ever run on the dirt. So she got a ton of kickback in her face. And once she got out to the clear, she managed to kick on and pick up the pieces late and get up for the victory here at 7-5 over the 4, who hung in there quite gamely. But no doubt about the winner. Last to first, impressive move here for the winner in Mila Rose.
The unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th race: number 1, Mila Rose, finished first. Number 4, Wisconsin Gal, second. Number 6, Mascara, third. The 7, Carlisle Bay, fourth. 1-4-6-7, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Calumet, the unofficial winner, number 1, Mila Rose, owned by West Point Thoroughbreds of Terry Finley, owned also by Michael Lydon and Michael Olszewski, trained by Steve Asmussen, Joe Ramos, the jockey. Mila Rose, a 3-year-old Vacoma filly out of Lucky Lady Lawyer by Lawyer Ron, bred in Kentucky by Hugh McQueen Moore. Keeneland sales graduate Mila Rose, now the official winner, gets the 6 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 12.66 seconds. 1-4-6-7, the official results. In the winner's circle, the Calumet Trophy presentation to the connections of Mila Rose. Keeneland's 9th and final race upcoming. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. The turf is firm rail at 20 feet. Scratch the 4, Portfolio Duration. And scratch number 13, My Tulip Gal.
horses are in the paddock for the 9th and final race on this Thursday program. And I'll kick off the conversation with the number 9, Love You Anyway. This race going out to the firm turf course at the distance of 1 1/16 for this maiden special weight event. Love You Anyway. Her debut was really good down at Gulfstream. She closed from off the pace. She nearly won against Maiden Special Weight Company, and then she came back in the Grade 3 Florida Oaks. She showed a little bit of speed that day, kind of sat a good trip, and then just didn't show much. But we've seen since then how strong some of the races down in Florida, whether it be Tampa or Gulfstream, those stakes races, especially in this kind of division, 3-year-olds on the turf, it's been very productive. Nitrogen, obviously, a very nice filly for Mark Casse. And I'm not saying that this is a class relief, but I do think it's a little bit easier of a spot than that Grade 3 that she faced last time out. So I thought she had a bit of a class advantage here. The betting public does agree with me, too, at odds of 4-5. The 7, Gum. Simply Gum, second-time starter. She also comes out of a race at Tampa. That was a maiden special weight that day. She drew an outside post position, post 10 of 12. And she had to go a little bit wide to make that closing run under Irad Ortiz Jr. He's back aboard her today. I like the pedigree. I like how she ran first time out. I think there's room for improvement. Obviously, Graham can win with first-time starters, but sometimes, especially with his turf horses, they have a tendency to improve with each and every start. So the 7, Gum, I thought was an intriguing sort in here as well. And then finally, at a nice price, the 5, Hands in the Air for trainer Josie Carroll. Her first race was on the synthetic at Turfway Park, and she just kind of ran evenly. She didn't really make up any ground. She didn't lose any ground. She just kind of maintained in that race. And to me, she ran like a horse that wants to go a little bit longer, where she can find herself in a position, maybe a better forward position, and go on from there. She's certainly bred to handle a little bit more ground. She was bet down as the favorite that day, so you have to think that maybe they liked this filly a little bit, and she just didn't show up that particular day. But now stretching out in distance, I think we're going to see a completely different filly. Her works were really good going into that first race, and since then she has a local drill here at Keeneland, which is always very important. So Hands in the Air at 7-1. It's a nice little group of maiden special weight runners, but the heavy favorite is the 9, Love You Anyway, coming out of graded stakes events.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 9th race, the Dunbar, maiden special weight, 3-year-old fillies, mile and a 16th over the turf listed firm, the rail at 20 feet. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5, scratch the 4 Portfolio Duration, and scratch 13 My Tulip Gal. Post time at 7 minutes.
Looking at the field, going to post, and we'll kick off the conversation with the number 5, Hands in the Air. I was really impressed by this filly in the paddock. She is huge. She definitely doesn't look like she wanted to sprint, and that's exactly what she did first time out. She's not only long and lanky, but also extremely fit and strong. I really like this horse after looking at her in the paddock, especially considering what she is doing on this surface here today. The number 7, Gum, another filly, huge. She was a big, good-looking filly there in the paddock. She does have a big turf look to her, though, so I can understand why she debuted at 2 turns on the turf at Tampa. I could not envision her sprinting on the turf, but she definitely, I like how she's getting a nice strong warm-up there under her rider and Irad Ortiz Jr. She seems like a focused filly, really energetic, all good signs there from the 7, Gum. And then finally the 10, Oak Valley. I don't really know what happened to this filly first time out. She didn't show much speed that day. She just kind of ran evenly. It was a decent group. We've seen some horses come out of there to do okay, but maybe it's just one of those scenarios where she didn't like the very firm turf course down there at Gulfstream, because she looks like a nice filly and she looks like she could be competitive against this group today, and maybe she will take a little bit kinder to the Keeneland surface here this afternoon. She's a good price at 8-1. Even money, though, on the 9, Love You Anyway, as they go to post for the 9th and final.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 9th and final race, the Dunbar. Moving into line, 9th race. Rainbow Rania comes forward along with Love You Anyway and Oak Alley. Hands in the air. Miss Farrow. Pemaquid, the last one. Humboldt awaits. Humboldt comes forward. Pemaquid. Last one going in. They're at the post. They're off. There's a bit of frost from the inside, along with Cher Amia. Love You Anyway out toward the center of the course. Hands in the air comes forward now. Love You Anyway moves up from the far outside and puts a head in front. Bit of frost will be stubborn, though, toward the inside as they head for the first turn. And then Hands in the Air between that pair is in third position. O'Calley is fourth up on the outside. Gum between horses is fifth. Humboldt is sixth down toward the inside. Cher Amia shuffled back into seventh. Rainbow Rania moves up to her outside from eighth. Termalina is racing along in ninth position. position. Miss Farrow is in 10th, and Pemaquid is last of the 11. The opening quarter, 22.35 seconds. Up the backstretch they go in the nightcap, and Bit of Frost is the leader and leads it by a length and a half. Hands in the air, second, 3/4 of a length. Gum is third down toward the inside by a half length. Love You Anyway is now fourth toward the outside, 4 lengths from the lead. Then Humbled and Termalina, who moves wide and moves fast. Termalina picks up several spots to the outside, moves outside of Love You Anyway, and moves up all the way into the second position as they go on to the far turn. But Bit of Frost is still the leader. Termalina within a half length of the lead now. Hands in the air, then Love You Anyway on the outside from fourth. Oak Alley a wide fifth. Gum is in sixth position, and Humbled is seventh around the far turn. Termalina from the outside puts a head in front. Bit of Frost is still there, fighting back to the inside. Then a gap of 3. Hands in the air, third. Love You Anyway, fourth. Oak Alley is in fifth. Gum is in sixth position as they swing off the turn. Pemaquid, grandstand side, is in seventh. Love You Anyway to the lead. Gum looks to the inside. Oak Alley is in third. Love You Anyway in front. It is Oak Alley trying to move up. A late run from Miss Farrow from fourth. Pemaquid is still fifth. Love You Anyway has the lead. Gum is second. Oak Alley third. At the wire, Love You Anyway to win it for Luis Saez. It was Gum home second, then Oak Alley in third. Miss Farrow back toward the inside was fourth.
Well, she was certainly easy to spot. She was the only light gray filly in the field. You could see her coming around the final turn out in the clear. She sat a pretty good trip prior to that, got an honest pace in front of her, and then she kind of angles out towards the center of the racetrack. It definitely out towards the crown of the racetrack, I should say, coming down the lane here. But look at that stride. She covers so much ground coming down the lane. The 7 Gum ran a really good race, kind of bottled up in behind horses, but there was no doubt about the winner. She wins this race very easily in the end. The number 9, Love You Anyway, your winner of today's finale, 9, 7, 10, 11 across the finish line.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 9th race. Number 9, Love You Anyway, finished first. Number 7, Gum, was second. Number 10, Oak Alley, third. The 11, Miss Farrow, fourth. Number 12, Pemaquid, fifth. 9, 7, 10, 11, 12, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 9th race, the Dunbar, number 9, Love You Anyway. Owned by Bregman Family Racing, LLC of Alex Bregman. Trained by Rusty Arnold, the jockey Luis Saez. Love You Anyway, a 3-year-old filly by Tappet, out of Princess La Quinta by Quality Road, bred in Kentucky by the Aaron and Marie Jones, LLC. Keeneland sales graduate gets the mile and a 16th over the firm turf, 1 minute 43.22 seconds. Ninth race results official. 9, 7, 10, 11, 12. Those results official for race 9. Pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. The late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. No carryover for the Toyota Super High 5. Live racing resumes here tomorrow at Keeneland, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Sports Bar and the Mezzanine Bar remain open for another 10 minutes. Here's the trophy presentation now for the 9th race. The Dunbar trophy presented to the connections of Love You Anyway. Again, the Sports Bar and Mezzanine Bar remain open for 10 more minutes. You may advance wager any races occurring after that time. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.